Hey, and thanks so much for joining me today. Before we jump into the story, I'd love for you to just take a moment to unwind, let go of whatever's been on your mind, and settle in. This is your time to relax, and I hope this journey into the world of waterbending and adventure gives you a bit of peace and enjoyment. If you end up liking the story, it would mean a lot if you could subscribe and leave a like. It really helps out and lets me know you want more. So get comfy and let's dive into this adventure together. The wind swept across the southern water tribe village, carrying with it the familiar bite of cold that defined life in this remote corner of the world. Tulik, bundled tightly in his fur-lined coat, felt the chill seep through his clothes as he stepped outside his family's ice-built igloo. The village, a collection of dome-shaped homes constructed from thick blocks of ice, sat nestled against the edge of a frozen bay. The landscape was a vast, endless expanse of snow and ice, stretching as far as the eye could see. Tulik's breath rose in the clouds as he made his way toward the shore, where his friend Kigat was already busy at work. The morning light was pale, barely strong enough to cast shadows, and the sky was a dull gray, promising more snow. Despite the cold, the village was beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the muffled sounds of daily life filtered through the thick walls of ice. "Over here, Tulik," Kigat's voice rang out, clear and cheerful despite the weather. He was crouched near one of the fishing holes they had cut into the ice the previous day, his hands moving in smooth, practiced motions as he bent the water below. Tulik quickened his pace, his boots crunching on the snow-packed ground. When he reached Kigat, he saw that his friend had already pulled up a net filled with fish, their silver bodies glinting in the weak light. "Good haul," Tulik remarked, kneeling beside Kigat to help. Kigat grinned, his confidence as unwavering as ever. "Told you it'd be a good spot. We'll have enough for the whole village at this rate." Tulik nodded, focusing on his task. He reached out with his bending, feeling the water beneath the ice respond to his movements. It was a familiar sensation, one that brought a sense of calm and connection to the world around him. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted another net from the water, adding a few more fish to their growing pile. As they worked, the two friends fell into an easy rhythm, their movements synchronized by years of practice. Bending was as much a part of their daily lives as the cold itself. The water and ice were their constant companions, tools that could be shaped and controlled to meet their needs. When they finished, Tulik stood and stretched, feeling the cold air nip at his exposed skin. He glanced out over the frozen bay, taking in the stark beauty of the landscape. The ice stretched out in all directions, a vast, unbroken expanse that seemed to go on forever. It was both comforting and isolating, a reminder of how small their village was in the grand scheme of things. "Ready to head back?" Kigat asked, securing the last of the fish in a woven basket. "Yeah, let's go," Tulik replied, but as he turned to follow Kigat back to the village, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. It wasn't a presence he could see or hear, but a sense of unease that tugged at the edges of his mind. He glanced over his shoulder, scanning the horizon, but all he saw was the endless white of the ice fields. Shaking off the feeling, he quickened his pace, eager to return to the warmth of the village. Back in the village, the community hall was already bustling with activity. The large structure, built from ice blocks like the rest of the homes, served as the heart of the village. Inside, the warmth from the central fire filled the space, and the smell of cooking fish mingled with the earthy scent of herbs. The villagers were gathered around the fire, talking and laughing, the air thick with the comforting sounds of community. Tulik's mother, Nala, was seated near the fire, her hands busy preparing herbs for the evening meal. When she saw Tulik and Kigat enter, she smiled, her eyes soft with affection. "Good work today, boys," she said, her voice warm. "There's plenty of tea if you're cold." Tulik sat down beside her, accepting the offer of a steaming cup of tea. The heat from the fire and the tea warmed him from the inside out, but the strange feeling from earlier still lingered at the back of his mind. As the evening wore on, the village elder, Nanook, gathered everyone around for the nightly storytelling. His deep, resonant voice filled the hall as he recounted tales of past winters and the challenges the tribe had overcome. Tulik listened, but his thoughts kept drifting back to the unease he had felt on the ice. When the evening finally wound down and the villagers began to retire to their homes, Tulik found himself strumming into the dying embers of the fire, lost in thought. The wind howled outside, rattling the walls of the ice-built homes, and Tulik couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond the frozen horizon. What challenges and dangers might be waiting for him as he continued to grow in his bending abilities. The next morning dawned as cold and gray as the previous day. Tulik awoke to the familiar sounds of the village stirring to life, the crackling of fires and the muffled voices of people going about their morning routines. He dressed quickly, eager to shake off the remnants of his uneasy dreams, and made his way to the community hall where the elders often gathered in the early hours. When Tulik arrived, he found Nanook, the village elder, deep in conversation with a few of the older villagers. They looked up as Tulik approached, and Nanook gestured for him to join them. "Tulik," Nanook greeted him, his expression serious. "I hear you and Kigat found something unusual on the ice yesterday." Tulik nodded, recounting the strange feeling he had experienced and the mysterious markings they had found beneath the ice. The elders listened carefully, their expressions growing more concerned as Tulik described the patterns they had seen. Nanook stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. These markings, they could be signs of something more than just ice formations. There have been rumors of disturbances to the north, unsettling events that suggest someone is tampering with waterbending in dangerous ways. Tulik felt a chill run down his spine, different from the cold of the ice. "What kind of disturbances?" Nanook sighed, his gaze distant. "The kind that come from those who seek too much power, who push the boundaries of bending without regard for the consequences. There's a name I've been hearing, Arnak, a waterbender from the northern tribe who has mastered bloodbending. He's dangerous, Tulik. He doesn't respect the balance that our bending should maintain." The mention of bloodbending made Tulik's stomach tighten. He had heard of the technique, a dark and forbidden form of waterbending that allowed a bender to control the very blood within another person's body. It was a power that was feared and shunned by all but the most desperate or corrupt. "Do you think he's behind what we found?" Tulik asked, his voice tinged with worry. "It's possible," Nanook replied, his tone grave, "which is why we must be cautious, but more importantly, you must continue your training, Tulik. If Arnak is indeed moving south, we will need every capable bender to protect our village." Tulik swallowed hard, the weight of responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. "I understand. I'll do whatever it takes." Nanook nodded approvingly. "Good. But remember, Tulik, power is not just about strength. It's about control, wisdom, and knowing when not to use it. Don't let ambition cloud your judgment." Tulik left the meeting with a sense of urgency. The peaceful life of his village seemed suddenly fragile, vulnerable to threats from beyond their frozen home. As he walked through the village, he noticed the quiet tension in the air, the way the villagers seemed more alert, more cautious. Word of Arnak and the disturbances to the north had spread quickly, and everyone knew that the time of peace might soon come to an end. Later that day, as Tulik practiced his bending near the shore, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He tried to focus on the water in front of him, moving it in intricate patterns and forming shapes in the ice, but his thoughts kept drifting to the warnings of the elders. When Kigut joined him, Tulik shared what Nanook had said. Kigut's reaction was one of concern, but also determination. "If Arnak is coming, then we'll be ready for him," Kigut said firmly. "We've trained our whole lives for this, Tulik. We'll protect our village no matter what." Tulik nodded, drawing strength from his friend's confidence. But as they continued their training, pushing each other to improve and refine their techniques, Tulik knew that the challenges ahead would test them in ways they couldn't yet imagine. The path to becoming a master waterbender was not just about skill, it was about understanding the balance between power and restraint and learning how to use one's abilities for the greater good. And with Arnak's shadow looming on the horizon, Tulik's journey was just beginning. The days following Tulik's conversation with Nanook were filled with a growing sense of urgency. The village had always been a place of routine, fishing, hunting, and surviving in the harsh environment of the Southern Water Tribe. But now, that routine was disrupted by the shadow of a looming threat. The name, Arnak, hung in the air like a cold wind, whispered in quiet conversations and discussed in hushed tones by the elders. Tulik spent every available moment honing his bending skills. The mornings were dedicated to practicing water manipulation, moving water with increasing precision, forming ice shields, and refining his control over the elements around him. The afternoons were spent with Kigut, the two of them pushing each other to improve, testing their limits on the frozen terrain surrounding the village. Despite the rigorous training, Tulik couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't enough. The warnings from Nanook and the elders weighed heavily on his mind. He knew that if Arnak truly was as powerful as they feared, he would need more than just skill. He would need wisdom, control, and a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a waterbender. One evening, after a particularly exhausting training session, Tulik found himself sitting by the edge of the village, looking out over the frozen bay. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the sky painted in shades of purple and blue. The cold air bit at his skin, but he didn't mind. It was a familiar cold, one that he had lived with his entire life. As he stared out at the ice, lost in thought, he heard the crunch of footsteps approaching. Turning, he saw Nanook making his way toward him, his expression thoughtful. The elder moved slowly, with the deliberate pace of someone who had lived many years in this harsh environment. "Tulik," Nanook greeted him, settling down beside him on the ice. "You've been working hard these past few days." Tulik nodded, his eyes still on the horizon. "I have to be ready. If Arnok comes, I need to be strong enough to stop him." Nanook was silent for a moment, his gaze following Tulik's. "Strength is important, yes, but it's not the only thing that matters. I've seen many benders in my time, some strong, some wise, some kind. The ones who truly make a difference are those who understand the balance between all three." Tulik turned to face the elder, his brow furrowed. "How do I find that balance? I'm learning all I can, but it feels like the more I know, the more I realize how much I don't understand." Nanook smiled, a small, knowing smile. "That's the first step, understanding that there is always more to learn. A true master never stops learning, never stops growing. It's not just about bending water or ice. It's about bending yourself, shaping who you are and how you see the world." Tulik absorbed Nanook's words, letting them settle in his mind. The elder's wisdom was like the ice itself, solid, enduring, and shaped by years of experience. "There's something else," Nanook continued, his voice lowering slightly. "I've spoken to the other elders, and we've decided that it's time for you to meet someone who can help you on this journey." Tulik looked at Nanook with curiosity. "Who?" "His name is Ikaluk," Nanook replied. "He's a master waterbender, one of the best I've ever known, but he's also a recluse, living far from here, away from the tribe. He's dedicated his life to understanding the deeper aspects of waterbending, control, healing, even the spiritual connection that binds us to the water." Tulik's interest was piqued. He had heard stories of Ikaluk, though he had never met the man himself. The idea of learning from someone with such deep knowledge and experience was both exciting and intimidating. "Ikaluk has agreed to train you, but you must be willing to learn not just the techniques, but the philosophy behind them," Nanook said, his tone serious. "This training will be difficult, perhaps even more so than anything you've faced before. But if you can master what Ikaluk teaches, you will be ready to face whatever comes." Tulik felt a surge of determination rise within him. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for, the chance to truly grow as a waterbender and prepare himself for the challenges ahead. "I'm ready," Tulik said, his voice steady. "When do we start?" Nanook's eyes softened, filled with pride and concern in equal measure. "Soon, Tulik, very soon. For now, rest. You'll need your strength for what lies ahead." Tulik nodded, though he knew Wad would not come easily. His mind was already racing with thoughts of what Ikaluk might teach him, of the new techniques and insights he would gain. But beneath the excitement was a thread of apprehension. He knew that this journey would not just test his physical abilities, but also challenge him mentally and spiritually. As the night grew colder, Tulik stood and bid Nanook good night. He made his way back to his family's home, his thoughts a whirlwind of anticipation and resolve. The path ahead was uncertain, but he was determined to walk it, no matter how difficult it might be. The next few days passed in a blur of preparation. Tulik continued his training with renewed vigor, pushing himself to improve his control and precision. The village, meanwhile, buzzed with the news of Ikaluk's impending arrival. For many, the thought of the reclusive master returning to the tribe was both a surprise and a source of hope. On the morning of Ikaluk's arrival, the village was unusually quiet. Tulik stood near the edge of the settlement, his breath visible in the cold air as he scanned the horizon. The sky was clear, a pale blue that contrasted sharply with the white expanse of snow and ice. He didn't have to wait long. In the distance, a solitary figure appeared, moving steadily across the ice. As the figure drew closer, Tulik could make out the details. An older man, tall and lean, wrapped in thick furs that blended with the icy landscape. His steps were sure, each movement purposeful and controlled. When Ikaluk finally reached the village, he paused, taking in his surroundings with a calm, assessing gaze. His eyes, sharp and blue like the ice itself, settled on Tulik. There was a moment of silence, the air thick with expectation, before Ikaluk nodded, a small gesture of acknowledgement. "You must be Tulik," Ikaluk said, his voice deep and steady, like the current of a slow-moving river. Tulik straightened, feeling both nervous and honored. "Yes, Master Ikaluk, it's an honor to meet you." Ikaluk studied him for a moment, his expression unreadable. "I've heard much about you from Nanook and the other elders. They say you have great potential, but potential is only the beginning. It's what you do with it that matters." Tulik nodded, feeling the weight of Ikaluk's words. "I'm ready to learn." Ikaluk's gaze softened slightly, a hint of approval in his eyes. "Good, then let's begin." The days that followed were some of the most challenging Tulik had ever experienced. Ikaluk's training was intense, focusing not only on physical techniques, but also on mental discipline and emotional control. Tulik learned to manipulate water with greater precision, forming complex shapes and structures from ice, and even began to explore the healing aspects of waterbending. But Ikaluk's lessons went beyond the practical. He emphasized the importance of understanding the flow of water, the way it moved and adapted to its surroundings. Water could be powerful, relentless, but it could also be gentle and nurturing. It was a force of nature that demanded respect, not just control. "You must learn to feel the water, to become one with it," Ikaluk told Tulik during one training session. They stood by the shore, the frozen bay stretching out before them. Water is not just a tool, it's a living force, connected to everything around us. To master it, you must understand its true nature. Tulik absorbed these lessons, pushing himself to see beyond the surface of his bending. He practiced tirelessly, often working late into the night, determined to master the techniques Ikaluk was teaching him. There were moments of frustration, times when the complexity of the lessons seemed overwhelming, but Ikaluk's calm, steady guidance helped him through. As the days turned into weeks, Tulik's skills improved significantly. He could bend water with greater speed and accuracy, create intricate ice formations, and even began to experiment with plant bending, drawing water from the frozen plants around the village to manipulate them. But more importantly, Tulik began to understand the deeper aspects of waterbending. He felt a growing connection to the water, a sense of unity that went beyond mere technique. He was beginning to see water not just as an element to be controlled, but as an extension of himself, a reflection of his own inner balance. One evening, after a particularly grueling training session, Ikaluk sat with Tulik by the shore, watching as the last light of day faded into the twilight. The sky was a deep blue, the stars beginning to appear one by one. "You've come far, Tulik," Ikaluk said, his tone contemplative, "but there is still much to learn. The challenges ahead will test you in ways you can't yet imagine. Arnak is powerful, and he has mastered techniques that can corrupt even the strongest of benders." Tulik listened intently, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "I understand, Master. I'll do whatever it takes to stop him." Ikaluk nodded, but his expression was serious. "Remember, Tulik, that true strength comes not from power alone, but from knowing when to use it and when to hold back. Arnak's downfall is that he has lost sight of that balance. He seeks control above all else, but in doing so, he has lost control of himself." Tulik pondered Ikaluk's words, feeling their weight. He knew that his journey was far from over, and that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. But he also knew that with Ikaluk's guidance, he was becoming the waterbender he needed to be, one who could face Arnak and protect his village, not just with strength, but with wisdom and compassion. As the night deepened, Tulik felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was no longer just a novice bender, but a student of something much greater, a force that connected him to the world around him, to his people, and to the path that lay ahead. And with that understanding, Tulik knew that he was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him, armed not just with power, but with the knowledge of how to wield it wisely. As Tulik's training with Ikaluk continued, the routine tasks of village life became a canvas for his growing skills. Each day, he would rise early to fetch water from the nearby river, where the ice was thick and unyielding. Instead of chopping through it with tools, Tulik would stand over the frozen surface, focusing on the water trapped beneath. With a fluid motion of his hand, the ice would part, and the water would rise in a smooth arc, flowing into the large containers that served the village. This task, once tedious, now felt effortless. It was as if Tulik was in tune with the water, sensing its flow even through the thick ice. The villagers would often watch him work, murmuring in appreciation at the ease with which he performed these tasks. He wasn't just fetching water, he was demonstrating the practical and vital role that bending played in their daily survival. One morning, as he guided the water from the river, he noticed something strange. Small fish, usually dormant in the colder months, or swimming close to the surface as if agitated. Tulik frowned, sensing a shift in the water's usual calm. The fish weren't behaving normally, and it left him with an uneasy feeling, though he didn't mention it to the others. The village life continued around him. He helped his mother prepare the evening meal by heating water directly over the fire, controlling the flames so that the pot simmered perfectly without boiling over. This simple use of his bending was a small comfort to Nala, who often commented on how much easier Tulik made her daily tasks. She would smile warmly at him as he worked, a reminder of the balance between the extraordinary and the ordinary in their lives. But the unease that Tulik felt near the river continued to grow. It wasn't just the fish. There were other signs, subtle at first. The ice around the village creaked more frequently, as if under some unseen pressure. The wind, too, seemed to carry a different sound, a low, mournful tone that Tulik had never heard before. One evening, after a particularly heavy snowfall, Tulik and Kagat were clearing the paths between the village's igloos. Tulik used his bending to lift and shift the snow in great waves, making the task quick and efficient. As they worked, Kagat paused, his expression troubled. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" Kagat asked, leaning on his shovel as Tulik moved the last of the snow. Tulik stopped, looking at his friend. "You mean the ice? The wind?" Kagat nodded. "Yeah, and the animals. I saw a group of seals heading south the other day, too early in the season for that. Something's not right." Tulik had been thinking the same thing. "I've felt it too. It's like something is disturbing the balance." Kagat's eyes narrowed. "You think it's Arnak?" Tulik had been trying to avoid that conclusion, but the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. Maybe. Ikaluk says he's powerful, and if he's moving south, it could be affecting everything. Water, animals, even the weather. Kagat shook his head, his expression grim. If that's true, we need to be ready. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences became more frequent. The ice seemed more treacherous, with hidden cracks that appeared without warning. The village elders grew concerned, and Nanook called a meeting to discuss the unsettling signs. "We've all noticed it," Nanook said, his voice steady but filled with concern. "The signs are clear. Something is disrupting the balance in our land. I fear that Arnak is behind this, or at least involved." The villagers murmured in agreement, their faces lined with worry. Tulik sat near the front, listening intently. He knew that this was more than just a disturbance in nature. This was a warning, a sign that Arnak's influence was growing. "We must prepare," Nanook continued. "If Arnak is coming, we cannot be caught off guard. I want everyone to be vigilant, and Tulik, your training with Ikaluk is more important now than ever." Tulik nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders once again. He had been preparing for this, but the reality of it was daunting. Arnak was a formidable foe, and Tulik knew that he had to be ready for whatever was coming. After the meeting, Tulik and Ikaluk spent even more time training. Ikaluk pushed him harder, testing his limits and teaching him new techniques that went beyond what he had learned before. Tulik practiced controlling larger amounts of water, creating ice barriers, and even began to explore the healing techniques that Ikaluk was so well versed in. One afternoon, as they trained near the edge of the village, a sudden gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a blast of cold that made the air crackle with ice. Tuluk quickly bent a barrier of water around them, freezing it into a shield against the wind. "Good," Ikaluk said, nodding in approval. "You're learning to respond quickly, to adapt to the environment." Tuluk lowered the barrier, letting it melt into the snow. "It's getting worse, isn't it? The disturbances." Ikaluk's expression darkened. "Yes. Arnak is drawing nearer, and his power is growing. He's using his bending to disrupt the natural order, to weaken us before he strikes." Tuluk clenched his fists, feeling the ice beneath his feet respond to his tension. "We have to stop him." "We will," Ikaluk replied, his voice firm. "But remember, Tuluk, strength alone won't be enough. You must be smart. Use the environment to your advantage. Water and ice are your allies, but so are the people around you. We're in this together." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the snow, Tuluk knew that the time for action was approaching. The village was preparing, but so was Arnak. The coming confrontation would test everything Tuluk had learned, and he knew that the outcome would determine the fate of his home. With renewed determination, Tuluk continued his training, focusing not just on his physical abilities, but on the balance and control that Ikaluk had taught him. He was no longer just a student. He was becoming a master, and soon he would face the greatest challenge of his life. And as the wind howled through the village that night, carrying with it the whispers of the coming storm, Tuluk knew that he was ready to face whatever lay ahead, not just for himself, but for his people. The decision to journey north was not made lightly. Nanook, Ikaluk, and the other village elders gathered in the communal hall to discuss the plan. The atmosphere was tense, the weight of their decision hanging heavily in the air. Everyone knew that the journey would be perilous, but the need for answers and for allies outweighed the risks. "Tuluk, Kigat, Ikaluk," Nanook began, addressing the group. "The Northern Water Tribe holds knowledge that we need. They've faced threats like this before and may know how to counter Arnak's growing influence. But this journey will be dangerous. The northern seas are treacherous, and Arnak's reach may extend even there." Tuluk nodded, feeling a mixture of determination and anxiety. "We understand the risks, Elder, but we can't just wait for Arnak to come to us. We need to be proactive." Kigat, standing beside Tuluk, added, "And we can't do it alone. If the northern tribe has the knowledge or the strength to help us, we have to try." Ikaluk, his face as composed as ever, placed a hand on Tuluk's shoulder. "You've grown strong, Tuluk, but remember, strength is not enough. We'll need wisdom and strategy as well. The journey north is only the beginning." With the decision made, preparations began immediately. The village worked together to provide supplies, dried fish, warm furs, and tools for survival in the harsh northern environment. Tuluk's mother, Nala, packed herbs and medicinal supplies, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. "Be careful, Tuluk," Nala said as she handed him a small pouch of herbs. "These will help with wounds or sickness. Use them wisely." Tulip took the pouch, feeling the weight of his mother's concern. "I will, Mother, and I'll come back safe, I promise." Nala smiled, though her eyes were filled with worry. "You've become so strong, my son. But remember, no matter how strong you are, it's the people around you who make you truly powerful. Don't try to do everything alone." As the time for departure approached, Tulik, Kaigat, and Ikaluk gathered near the village's edge, where a small boat awaited them. The boat, made from sturdy wood and sealed with thick layers of ice, was designed for the treacherous journey through the frozen waters. The villagers gathered to see them off, offering words of encouragement and prayers for their safety. Tulik took a deep breath, feeling the cold air fill his lungs. He looked around at the faces of his people, his friends, his family, and felt a deep sense of responsibility. This journey was not just for him, it was for all of them. The boat pushed off from the shore, the icy waters parting smoothly as Ikaluk guided them with his bending. Tulik and Kagat took their positions, keeping a watchful eye on the horizon as the village grew smaller behind them. The journey north had begun. The first few days were challenging but manageable. The sea was rough, the waves crashing against the boat with relentless force, but Ikaluk's skill kept them on course. Tulik and Kigat worked tirelessly, using their bending to navigate the treacherous waters and keep the boat moving forward. At night, they would find shelter on small, icy islands, huddling around a fire to stay warm. During these moments, they shared stories and talked about the challenges ahead. Tulik often found himself thinking about what they might find in the northern tribe: knowledge, allies, and perhaps even the key to defeating Arnak. On the fourth day of their journey, as they navigated through a narrow passage of icebergs, they encountered something unexpected: a group of earthbenders. The earthbenders were stranded on a large iceberg, their ship having been wrecked by the rough seas. They were attempting to carve a path through the ice to safety, but were struggling against the sheer size of the icebergs. "Look," Keegat pointed, spotting the earthbender's signal for help, a column of rock thrust into the air. Without hesitation, Tulik and Ikaluk steered the boat toward the stranded group. As they approached, the earthbenders looked up with relief. "Thank the spirits," one of them exclaimed. "We've been stuck here for days." Tulik and Keegat jumped onto the iceberg, their feet landing solidly on the frozen surface. "What happened?" Tulik asked, assessing the situation. "Our ship was destroyed by the ice," the leader of the earthbenders explained, her voice tight with exhaustion. "We've been trying to break through, but it's too much for us." Ikaluk surveyed the scene, his eyes narrowing. "We can help, but it will take all of us working together." The earthbenders nodded, their faces showing a mixture of hope and fatigue. Tulik, Keegat, and Ikaluk moved into position, coordinating with the earthbenders. While the earthbenders used their skills to move the larger ice formations, Tulik and Keegat focused on controlling the water, creating channels through the ice and guiding the boat safely through. It was hard work, but together they made progress. The combination of waterbending and earthbending proved effective, and within a few hours they had cleared a path wide enough for the boat to pass through. As they reached the other side, the earthbenders thanked them profusely. "We owe you our lives," the leader said, her voice filled with gratitude. "If there's anything we can do to repay you, just ask." Tulek shook his head. "We're just glad we could help. Where are you headed?" "We were traveling to the Northern Water Tribe," the leader explained. "We heard there might be work there for skilled benders." Tulek exchanged a glance with Ikaluk. "We're headed there as well. Perhaps we can travel together." The Earthbenders agreed, and with their help, the journey north continued. The addition of the Earthbenders proved invaluable, especially as they encountered more obstacles in the frozen seas. The combined bending techniques allowed them to overcome challenges that would have been impossible alone. As they approached the Northern Water Tribe, Tulek felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The closer they got, the more he realized the gravity of their mission. The Northern Tribe held the answers they sought, but it also represented the growing threat of Arnak. When they finally arrived, the sight of the massive walls of ice and the grand architecture of the Northern Tribe took Tulek's breath away. It was a place of power and history, and as they were welcomed by the tribe's leaders, Tulek knew that the next chapter of their journey was about to begin. Inside the walls of the Northern Water Tribe, Tulek, Kigat, and Ikaluk were greeted with respect and curiosity. The tribe's elders were intrigued by the presence of a master waterbender from the south and listened intently as Ikaluk explained the purpose of their visit. "We've come seeking knowledge and allies," Ikaluk said, his voice steady. "Arnak's power is growing, and we believe he may be heading this way. We need to know how to counter his bloodbending and protect our people." The Northern Tribe's elders exchanged glances, their faces grave. "Arnak is a name we hoped never to hear again," one of them said, her voice tinged with sorrow. "He was once one of us, a promising bender, but his thirst for power led him down a dark path. He learned bloodbending from ancient scrolls, and it consumed him." Tulek listened, his heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. He knew that the knowledge they sought would not come easily, and that the challenges ahead would test everything he had learned. The elders agreed to help, but they warned Tulek and his companions that the path ahead would be dangerous. They would need to learn quickly and be prepared to face Arnak's power head-on. And so, the training continued, but now with the guidance of the Northern Tribe's most skilled benders. Tulek pushed himself to new limits, mastering techniques that combined the best of both tribes' teachings. He learned to bend not just water, but the very essence of the ice, and began to understand the full extent of his abilities. But as the days passed, Tulek couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. Arnak was coming, and the final confrontation was drawing near. With each passing day, the tension grew, and Tulek knew that soon he would face the greatest test of his life. The journey north had brought them closer to the answers they sought, but it had also revealed just how much was at stake. And as Tulek looked out over the frozen landscape of the Northern Water Tribe, he knew that the battle ahead would be like nothing they had ever faced before. The Northern Water Tribe was a place of awe-inspiring beauty and formidable strength. The towering walls of ice, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the cold light, enclosed a city that thrived despite the harsh environment. For Tulik, Kigat, and Ikaluk, it was a world both familiar and foreign, a reminder of their own home, yet grander, older, and steeped in history. As they settled into the guest quarters provided by the tribe, Tulik found himself drawn to the ancient architecture and the subtle yet powerful bending techniques on display everywhere. The people of the northern tribe moved with an ease that spoke of generations of mastery over water and ice. Every task, from fetching water to building structures, was a demonstration of their connection to the environment. On their first full day in the Northern Water Tribe, they were summoned to meet with the tribe's chief and elders in the Grand Council chamber. The room was vast, its walls lined with carvings that depicted the history of the tribe, their struggles, triumphs, and the deep connection they shared with the spirit of water. Chief Kaluk, a stern but wise leader, welcomed them with a nod. "You have traveled far, and we honor your courage. The Southern Water Tribe is our kin, and your struggles are ours, but I sense you seek more than just our alliance. You seek knowledge." Ikaluk bowed respectfully. "That is correct, Chief Kaluk. We've come not only to warn you of Arnok's approach, but to learn how to counter his bloodbending. The elders in the south have taught us much, but we need more if we are to stop him." The chief exchanged a look with the elders seated beside him. One of them, an elderly woman named Siku, spoke up, her voice like the whisper of the wind over ice. "Bloodbending is an ancient and dark art, forbidden for good reason. It was once used to protect, but its power is too easily corrupted. Arnok has embraced that corruption, and now he seeks to impose his will upon others, bending them to his purpose." Tulik listened intently, his mind racing with questions. How do we stop him? How can we counter something so powerful? Siku looked at Tulik with piercing eyes. Bloodbending is powerful because it controls life itself, the water within our bodies. To counter it, you must learn to control water on an even deeper level, not just as an element, but as the essence of life. The elders began to instruct Tulik in a series of advanced waterbending techniques that had been passed down through the generations of the Northern Tribe. These techniques were not about raw power, but about precision, control, and understanding the flow of life through water. One of the most challenging techniques they taught him involved manipulating water at the cellular level, a skill that could be used for healing, or, in the hands of a master, could counteract the effects of bloodbending. Tulik spent hours in the training halls, focusing on the subtle movements of water, feeling its flow, and learning to guide it with the lightest touch. During one session, as Tulik worked on healing a small cut on his arm, Siku watched him carefully. "Do you feel it, Tulik? The water is not just around us, it is within us. It is life itself, and to master it, you must respect it. If you approach this with anger or fear, the water will resist you, but if you approach it with calm and purpose, it will bend to your will." Tulik nodded, his brow furrowed in concentration. He could feel the water pulling under his skin, responding to his will, but it was delicate work, like trying to guide a river with a single finger. It required immense focus and a deep connection to the element. As the days passed, Tulik's understanding of water deepened. He learned not only how to heal, but also how to redirect the flow of water within a person's body, techniques that could be used to counteract the effects of bloodbending. These lessons were exhausting, both mentally and physically, but Tulik pushed himself to his limits, knowing that this knowledge could be the key to defeating Arnuk. In the evenings, after hours of training, Tulik, Kigat, and Ikaluk would gather with the earthbenders they had rescued on their journey. They shared stories of their homes, their adventures, and their hopes for the future. The earthbenders, grateful for their rescue, had decided to stay with the northern tribe and offer their skills in the coming battle. One night, as they sat around a fire, sharing a meal of fish and roasted root vegetables, Kigat looked at Tulik, his expression thoughtful. "You've changed, Tulik. Since we left the village, you've become stronger, more focused, but there's something else too. You're more serious." Tulik smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I've had to be. Arnuk isn't just a threat to us. He's a threat to everyone. If we don't stop him, who will?" Kigat nodded slowly. "I know. It's just, I don't want you to lose yourself in this fight. You've always been the one who sees the good in people, who believes in doing what's right, no matter how hard it is. Don't let this change that." Tulik appreciated Kigat's concern. "I won't, but I have to be ready for what's coming. We all do." As they continued their meal, the conversation turned to lighter topics, but Tulik couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger. The more he learned, the more he realized how formidable Arnuk truly was. But he also knew that with the knowledge and skills he was gaining, he had a chance, a slim one, but a chance to stop him. The days in the Northern Water Tribe passed quickly, each one filled with intense training and preparation. The tribe's warriors, both waterbenders and non-benders, were preparing for the possibility of an attack, and the tension in the air was palpable. The elders continued to guide Tulik, teaching him the final, most advanced techniques he would need for the coming confrontation. One afternoon, as Tulik was practicing his bending near a frozen waterfall, Siku approached him. "Tulik, there is one more thing you must understand before you face Arnuk." Tulik paused, turning to face her. "What is it, Elder?" Siku's expression was grave. "Bloodbending is about control over others, over life itself. But there is a greater power in surrendering control, in allowing the water to flow as it will. In the final moments, when you face Arnuk, you must remember this. It is not about bending the water to your will, but about becoming one with it. Only then will you have the strength to overcome him." Tulik absorbed her words, understanding the depth of the lesson she was imparting. It was not just about mastering a technique, it was about mastering himself, finding the balance between control and surrender, power and humility. As the sun set behind the icy walls of the Northern Water Tribe, casting long shadows across the snow, Tulik felt a sense of calm settle over him. He had learned much, and he knew that the final test was approaching, but he also knew that he was not alone. He had the support of his friends, his teachers, and the strength of the water itself. The journey had been long, and the challenges ahead were daunting, But Tulik was ready. He had become more than just a waterbender. He had become a master, and soon he would face the ultimate test of his skills and his spirit. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Tulik looked out over the frozen landscape, knowing that the battle with Arnak was drawing near. It would be a fight for the very soul of waterbending, and for the future of all those he held dear. The nights in the Northern Water Tribe were long and cold, but for Tulik, they were also filled with a newfound clarity. Each day, he grew stronger and more skilled, but with that growth came an increasing awareness of the burden he carried. The knowledge he had gained from the tribe's elders was both powerful and dangerous, techniques that could heal or harm, depending on the intent behind them. As Tulik stood on the edge of a frozen cliff, overlooking the vast, icy expanse of the sea, he felt the weight of this knowledge pressing down on him. The wind whipped around him, biting at his skin, but he barely noticed it. His mind was too occupied with the thoughts of what lay ahead. The final confrontation with Arnak was approaching, and despite all his training, Tulik couldn't shake the feeling of doubt that gnawed at him. He had learned how to counter bloodbending, how to manipulate water at its most fundamental level, but he also knew that Arnak was unlike any opponent he had faced before. "I can feel your tension from here," a voice said behind him. Tulik turned to see Ikaluk approaching, his footsteps silent on the ice. The older waterbender's face was calm, as always, but his eyes were filled with understanding. "I'm ready," Tulik said, more to convince himself than anyone else. Ikaluk nodded, coming to stand beside Tulik. He gazed out at the frozen landscape, his expression contemplative. "Readiness isn't just about skill, Tulik. It's about knowing your limits and understanding your strengths. You've come far in a short time, but it's natural to have doubts." Tulik sighed, his breath misting in the cold air. "I know I have the skills, but Arnak, he's different. The power he wields, the darkness within him, I'm not sure I can match that." Ikaluk turned to face Tulik, his expression serious. "Arnak's strength comes from his ability to instill fear, to manipulate and control. But that power has a cost. He's lost sight of what it means to truly bend water, not to dominate it, but to become one with it." Tulik looked down at his hands, the memory of the water flowing through his veins fresh in his mind. "I've been learning so much about control, about how to guide the water, but now I feel like I'm supposed to just let go." Ikaluk placed a hand on Tulik's shoulder, his grip firm and reassuring. "There's a balance, Tulik. You've learned to control the water, to shape it and direct it. But in the end, the water has its own flow, its own path. You must learn to trust that flow, to let it guide you when the time comes." Tulik nodded slowly, absorbing Ikaluk's words. The lessons he had learned from the Northern Tribe had been about precision and mastery, but they had also been about surrender, about understanding when to let the water lead. As they stood in silence, the wind howling around them, Tulik felt a sense of peace settle over him. He wasn't alone in this fight. He had the strength of his friends, the wisdom of his teachers, and the power of the water itself. "I understand," Tulik said finally, his voice quiet but resolute. When the time comes, I'll let the water guide me." Ikaluk smiled, a rare expression of warmth from the usually reserved bender. "Good. That's the final lesson. Trust in the water and trust in yourself. You've trained well, Tulik. Now, it's time to face what lies ahead." With those words, they turned and headed back to the tribe's main hall, where Kigat and the others were waiting. The mood inside was somber, but there was a sense of determination in the air. Everyone knew that the time for action was drawing near. That evening, as they gathered around the fire, the elders shared stories of past battles and victories, of times when the tribe had faced seemingly insurmountable odds. These stories were meant to inspire and to remind them all that even in the darkest times, there was always hope. As the night wore on, Tulik found himself sitting quietly, his mind focused on what was to come. Kigat noticed his silence and nudged him lightly. "Hey, don't get too lost in your thoughts. We've got this, Tulik." Tulik managed a small smile. "I know. It's just, this is bigger than anything we've ever faced. But you're right. We've got this." Kigat grinned, his usual confidence shining through. "That's the spirit. We're in this together, and we'll face whatever comes." The fire crackled warmly, and for a moment, Tulik allowed himself to relax, to take comfort in the presence of his friends. They had all come so far, and now they were on the brink of the final challenge. The next morning, the Northern Water Tribe's scouts returned with news that confirmed what they had all been expecting. Arnok was on the move, heading south, his forces growing as he gathered more benders under his control. The final confrontation was inevitable. Chief Kaluk called a meeting in the Grand Council chamber, where the tribe's leaders, along with Tulik, Ikaluk, Kigat, and the Earthbenders, gathered to discuss their plan. "Arnok will arrive within days," Kaluk said, his voice steady. "We must be prepared. Tulik, you and Ikaluk will lead our forces in the defense of the tribe. The rest of you will support as needed." Tulik nodded, the responsibility clear in his mind. He was ready as he could be. As the preparations began, Tulik spent every moment fine-tuning his bending techniques, practicing the advanced methods he had learned from the tribe's elders. He knew that the coming battle would require everything he had, and he was determined to be at his best. On the eve of the battle, Tulik stood once again on the cliff overlooking the frozen sea. The moonlight reflected off the ice, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. The air was still, the calm before the storm. Kigat joined him, standing quietly by his side. "It's almost time," he said after a while. "Yeah," Tulik replied, his voice steady. "It is." They stood in silence for a few moments, taking in the view, the enormity of what was to come. "I'm glad you're here with me, Kigat," Tulik said finally. "I couldn't do this without you." Kigat smiled, clapping Tulik on the back. "Same here, Tulik. We'll get through this together." As they returned to the tribe's main hall, the night seemed to stretch endlessly before them, filled with anticipation and the knowledge that tomorrow would bring the final test of their strength and resolve. The burden of knowledge was heavy, but Tulik carried it with a newfound sense of purpose. He knew that the time had come to face Arnok, to protect his people in the balance of waterbending itself. and as the dawn approached, Tulik felt a calm resolve settle over him. He was ready to face whatever came, not just as a waterbender, but as a protector of everything he held dear. The final battle was drawing near, and Tulik knew that he was not alone. He had his friends, his mentors, and the power of water at his side. And with that knowledge, he stepped forward, ready to meet his destiny. The days of preparation passed quickly, each moment charged with the tension of the impending battle. The Northern Water Tribe buzzed with activity as warriors and benders alike made ready to defend their home. Tulik, Kigat, Ikaluk, and their new allies from the Earth Kingdom were at the center of it all, finalizing plans, coordinating defenses, and practicing their bending techniques until their muscles ached and their minds were sharp with focus. The night before the battle, a heavy silence settled over the tribe. The usual hum of village life was replaced by the quiet anticipation of what was to come. Tulik sat with Kigat and Ikaluk in their quarters, the flickering light of a small fire casting long shadows on the walls. The air was thick with unspoken thoughts, the weight of responsibility pressing down on them all. Tulik broke the silence, his voice low. "Do you think we're ready?" Ikaluk, ever calm, nodded slowly. "We've prepared as much as we can. Now it's about trusting in our skills and in each other. The rest is in the hands of the spirits." Kigat leaned back against the wall, staring into the flames. "I never thought it would come to this. Fighting another waterbender, one of our own. It feels wrong, but there's no other choice." Tulik understood the conflict in Kigat's words. The idea of fighting a fellow waterbender, someone who had once shared the same connection to the element they cherished, was a painful reality they had to accept. But Arnak had made his choice, and his path was one of destruction and control, a path that threatened everything they held dear. "I know," Tulik said, his voice steady, "but Arnak isn't just another waterbender. He's lost his way, and he's a danger to everyone. If we don't stop him, no one else will." Ikaluk looked at Tulik with a mixture of pride and concern. "You've grown a lot, Tulik. You're ready for this, more than you know. Remember everything you've learned, and trust in your instincts." Tulik nodded, feeling the resolve solidify within him. There was no turning back now. The battle was inevitable, and he was determined to face it head on. As the night wore on, Tulik found himself unable to sleep. He left the warmth of their quarters and wandered through the quiet village, the cold air a sharp contrast to the warmth of the fire. The Northern Water Tribe was bathed in the pale light of the moon, its icy structures shimmering under the night sky. Tulik made his way to the edge of the village where the sea met the ice and stood there, gazing out over the frozen expanse. The sea was calm, the waves gently lapping against the ice, but Tulik could feel the storm brewing on the horizon. The air was thick with the promise of conflict, and the water itself seemed to hum with anticipation. He closed his eyes, focusing on the water around him, feeling its flow, its energy. The lessons from the Northern Tribe's elders echoed in his mind: control, precision, and, most importantly, surrendering to the flow of the water. He knew that in the coming battle, He would need to trust in those teachings more than ever. The sound of footsteps crunching on the ice broke his concentration, and Tulik turned to see Chief Kaluk approaching. The chief's presence was commanding, his expression unreadable, as he joined Tulik by the water's edge. "Couldn't sleep?" Kaluk asked, his voice a low rumble in the night. Tulik shook his head. "Too much on my mind." Kaluk nodded, gazing out at the sea. "It's always like this before a battle, the calm before the storm. It gives you time to think, to question yourself, but don't let those doubts take hold. You've done all you can to prepare. Now, it's about standing firm when the storm hits." Tulik appreciated the chief's words. There was a wisdom in them that came from years of leadership, of facing countless challenges and emerging stronger. "Thank you, Chief Kaluk," Tulik said quietly. "I'll remember that." Kaluk placed a hand on Tulik's shoulder, his grip firm. "We're all in this together. You're not alone in this fight, Tulik. We'll stand with you, no matter what." The chief's words were a comfort, a reminder that they were united in their cause. Tulik felt a renewed sense of determination as he looked out over the sea once more. The battle would be fierce, but they would face it together. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Tulik returned to the village, where the preparations for battle were well underway. The warriors and benders of the Northern Water Tribe were gathering in the main square, readying their weapons and focusing their minds. The atmosphere was tense, but charged with a sense of purpose. Ikaluk and Kigat were already there, coordinating with the tribe's leaders. Tulik joined them, his mind clear and focused. There was no more time for doubt. The moment they had been preparing for was here. By mid-morning, the scouts returned with grim news. Arnak's forces were approaching fast. The scouts reported that Arnak had gathered a considerable number of benders under his control, many of whom were being coerced through bloodbending. The sight of the approaching army sent a ripple of unease through the tribe, but there was also a fierce determination in the air. They knew what was at stake. Tulik, standing at the forefront of the gathered forces, took a deep breath and steeled himself for what was to come. He could see the dark shapes of Arnak's forces on the horizon, moving steadily toward the tribe's walls. The final confrontation was upon them. "Positions," Chief Kaluk's voice rang out, clear and commanding. The warriors and benders moved into place, ready to defend their home. Tulik stood beside Ikaluk and Kigat, his heart pounding with adrenaline. The cold air stung his face, but his mind was sharp, his body ready. The lessons he had learned, the techniques he had mastered, they all led to this moment. The first wave of Arnak's forces struck with the force of a tidal wave. Waterbenders from both sides unleashed torrents of water and ice, the clash of elements echoing through the frozen landscape. The Earthbenders, who had joined forces with the Northern Tribe, used their bending to create barriers and fortifications, adding to the tribe's defenses. Tulik focused on the water, bending it with precision and power. He created walls of ice to block incoming attacks, then shattered them into sharp shards that flew toward the enemy. Every movement was deliberate, every decision calculated. He was in the flow, trusting the water to guide him. Kigat fought fiercely beside him, his water bending a flurry of powerful strikes and defensive maneuvers. Ikaluk, calm and composed, directed the forces with the wisdom of a seasoned master, his bending a display of both strength and finesse. But as the battle raged on, Tulik knew that this was only the beginning. Arnak had yet to reveal himself, and Tulik could feel the dark presence looming, waiting for the right moment to strike. And then, as if summoned by Tulik's thoughts, Arnak appeared on the battlefield. He moved through his forces like a shadow, his presence commanding and terrifying. The benders under his control fought with a mechanical precision, their movements stiff and unnatural, a clear sign of bloodbending. Arnak's power was palpable, a darkness that seemed to suck the warmth from the air around him. Tulik's breath caught in his throat as he locked eyes with Arnak across the battlefield. The dark waterbender's gaze was cold, devoid of emotion, but filled with a terrifying determination. This was a man who had sacrificed everything for power, and he had no intention of losing. Arnak raised his hands, and the water around him responded, rising in a massive wave that he sent crashing toward the tribe's defenses. Tulik reacted instantly, raising his own wall of ice to block the attack. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. The battle between Tulik and Arnak had begun. Tulik focused on everything he had learned, the advanced techniques from the northern tribe, the lessons from Ikaluk, and the deep connection he felt with the water. He bent the water with precision, redirecting Arnak's attacks and countering with his own. But Arnak was relentless, his attacks growing more vicious with each passing moment. He used bloodbending to control the benders around him, forcing them to fight against their will. Tulik could see the strain on their faces, the terror in their eyes as they were made to attack their own kin. This was the true horror of bloodbending, the complete domination of another's will. Tulik's resolve hardened as he fought, knowing that he had to end this, not just for himself, but for all those under Arnak's control. Tulik pushed forward, his bending becoming more fluid, more natural. He remembered Siku's words about surrendering to the water, about trusting its flow. As he bent the water around him, he began to feel a deeper connection, a sense of unity with the element that he had never experienced before. With a surge of energy, Tulik unleashed a powerful wave of water, sending it crashing toward Arnak. The dark bender raised a shield of ice to block the attack, but Tulik was already moving, his bending a seamless dance of water and ice. Arnak's face twisted with frustration as he struggled to keep up with Tulik's relentless assault. For the first time, the dark bender was on the defensive, his control slipping as Tulik pressed forward. And then, in a moment of clarity, Tulik saw his opportunity. He remembered the advanced techniques he had learned, the ones that allowed him to manipulate water at a deeper level. Focusing all his energy, Tulik reached out with his bending, not just to the water around him, but to the water within Arnak himself. It was a delicate, precise movement, one that required immense concentration. Tulik could feel the resistance, the darkness within Arnak pushing back against his control. But Tulik was stronger, not because of his power, but because of his understanding, his connection to the water. With a final, decisive movement, Tulik broke through Arnok's defenses, disrupting the flow of water within the Dark Bender's body. Arnok's eyes widened in shock as he felt his control slip away, the blood-bending breaking under the force of Tulik's will. Arnok stumbled, his bending faltering as he lost control of the benders around him. The dark presence that had dominated the battlefield began to wane, the benders under Arnok's control regaining their senses, their fear replaced with confusion. Tulik didn't let up. He pressed forward, pushing Arnok back with a relentless barrage of water and ice. The Dark Bender, now on the defensive, struggled to keep up, his movements becoming erratic as he realized he was losing. And then, with a final, powerful strike, Tulik sent a wave of water crashing into Arnok, knocking him to the ground. The Dark Bender lay there, stunned and defeated, the darkness that had once consumed him now dissipating like a shadow in the light. The battlefield fell silent as the Benders, who had been under Arnok's control, looked around, dazed and uncertain. The Northern Water Tribe's forces held their positions, waiting for the final signal. Tulik stood over Arnok, his breath heavy, his body trembling with exhaustion. But there was no triumph in his eyes, only a deep sadness for what Arnok had become. Arnok looked up at Tulik, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and despair. "You think you've won," he hissed, his voice weak. "But power is all that matters." Tulik shook his head, his voice steady but filled with sorrow. "Power without control is nothing. You lost yourself in your quest for power, Arnok, and in the end, it destroyed you." Arnok's expression twisted in pain as he realized the truth of Tulik's words. The Dark Bender closed his eyes, his body going limp as the last of his strength faded away. Tulik stepped back, feeling the weight of what had just transpired. The battle was over, but the cost had been great. The Northern Water Tribe had defended their home, but at a price. Chief Kaluk approached, his face somber as he looked down at Arnok's fallen form. "It's over," he said quietly. "You did well, Tulik. You saved us all." Tulik nodded, though the victory felt hollow. He knew that the battle had been necessary, but it didn't make the loss any easier to bear. As the Northern Water Tribe's forces began to regroup, Tulik felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Ikaluk, his mentor's face filled with pride and understanding. "You did what you had to, Tulik," Ikaluk said. "You've grown into a true master waterbender, one who understands the balance between power and control." Tulik looked out over the battlefield, the icy landscape now quiet and still. The storm had passed, and with it, the darkness that had threatened their world. But Tulik knew that the lessons he had learned, the knowledge he had gained, would stay with him forever. He had faced the darkness within himself, and he had emerged stronger, wiser, and more determined than ever to protect the balance of waterbending. The journey had been long and difficult, but it had led him to this moment. And as the sun began to rise over the frozen sea, casting its light over the Northern Water Tribe, Tulik knew that a new chapter was beginning, one where he would continue to grow, to learn, and to protect the world he loved, not just as a waterbender, but as a guardian of balance and peace. The sun rose over the Northern Water Tribe, its rays breaking through the lingering mist of the battle. The once tumultuous battlefield was now eerily quiet, the echoes of bending clashing against bending still fresh in everyone's minds. The tribe's warriors and benders, though exhausted, were beginning the process of cleaning up and tending to the wounded. The victory was theirs, but it came with a cost. Tulik stood at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The weight of what had just transpired pressed heavily on his shoulders. The fallen bodies of those who had been controlled by Arnok's bloodbending lay scattered across the icy ground, their faces etched with the remnants of fear and confusion. They had been victims of Arnok's dark ambition, and the sight of them filled Tulik with a deep sense of sorrow. Kigat approached, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. "Tulik," he said quietly, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "We did it. We stopped him." Tulik nodded slowly, though the victory felt bittersweet. "We did, but look at what it cost." Kigat followed Tulik's gaze, his own face darkening as he took in the scene before them. "They didn't deserve this," he murmured, shaking his head. "None of them did." Ikaluk joined them, his presence as calm and steady as ever. He looked at Tulik, reading the conflict in the young waterbender's eyes. "You did what needed to be done, Tulik," Ikaluk said gently. "Arnok's power was too great to leave unchecked. You saved many lives today." "But I couldn't save them all," Tulik replied, his voice heavy with guilt. "Arnok twisted their minds, forced them to fight, and now they're gone." Ikaluk placed a reassuring hand on Tulik's other shoulder. "You can't save everyone, Tulik. That's a hard truth we must all face. But you saved your people, and you protected the balance of waterbending. That's something to be proud of." Tulik sighed, knowing Ikaluk was right, but still struggling with the weight of his actions. He had grown so much, learned so many new techniques, and yet the reality of battle had proven that power alone couldn't solve everything. The burden of responsibility was heavy, and it would take time for him to fully come to terms with what he had done. As the day wore on, the tribe worked together to honor the fallen. They gathered the bodies of those who had fought bravely and those who had been forced to fight against their will, laying them to rest in the frozen earth with rituals of respect and mourning. It was a somber reminder of the price of war, and it brought the tribe together in their shared grief. Chief Kaluk approached Tulik later in the day, his expression one of gratitude and solemnity. "Tulik, on behalf of the Northern Water Tribe, I want to thank you. You've proven yourself not just as a warrior, but as a leader. Your actions saved many lives today, and for that, we are in your debt." Tulik shook his head. "You don't owe me anything, Chief. I did what I had to do for my people and for yours." Kaluk smiled, though it was a tired smile, worn from the weight of leadership. "You carry a great deal of wisdom for someone so young. I've seen many battles, but few have faced the challenges you've overcome with such grace and determination. Your village should be proud to call you their protector." Tulik thanked the chief, though he still felt the lingering sadness in his heart. The battle was over, but the scars it left behind would take time to heal. As the tribe began the process of rebuilding, Tulik found himself reflecting on the journey that had brought him here. He thought about his home in the Southern Water Tribe, the people he had left behind to embark on this quest. He thought about the friends he had made along the way, the lessons he had learned, and the challenges he had faced. And he thought about Arnak, a bender who had lost his way, consumed by his desire for power. In the days that followed, Tulik spent much of his time helping with the reconstruction of the tribe. He used his bending to move large blocks of ice, repair damaged structures, and create new defenses. It was hard work, but it was also a way for him to channel his energy, to focus on something constructive after the destruction of the battle. Kigat and the Earthbenders worked alongside him, their spirits lifted by the camaraderie that had developed among them. Despite the hardships, there was a sense of hope in the air, a belief that they could rebuild, that they could move forward from this. One evening, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm orange glow over the icy landscape, Tulik found himself standing at the edge of the village, looking out over the sea. The water was calm, its surface reflecting the colors of the setting sun. It was a peaceful scene, a stark contrast to the turmoil that had gripped them just days before. Ikaluk joined him, his footsteps silent on the snow. "You're thinking about home, aren't you?" he asked gently. Tulik nodded. "Yes. I've been away for so long, and I wonder how they're doing. I miss them." Ikaluk smiled, his expression filled with understanding. "Home is where our journey began, and it's where it must end. You've done great things here to Tulik, but it's time to return to your people. They need you, and you need them." Tulik looked out over the sea, feeling a deep longing in his heart. He had learned so much, grown in ways he hadn't imagined, but now he felt the pull of home, the need to be with his family and his village once again. "You're right," Tulik said, his voice firm. "It's time to go home." The next day, Tulik, Kigat, and Ikaluk prepared to leave the Northern Water Tribe. The tribe's leaders and warriors gathered to see them off, expressing their gratitude and offering gifts for their journey. Chief Kaluk presented Tulik with a beautifully carved water vessel, a symbol of the tribe's respect and appreciation for his bravery. "May the spirits guide you on your journey," Kaluk said, his voice filled with sincerity, "and know that you will always have a place here in the Northern Water Tribe." Tulik thanked him, feeling a deep sense of connection to the people he had fought alongside. He had come to the Northern Tribe as a student, but he was leaving as an ally, as a friend. As they set out on their journey back to the Southern Water Tribe, the sea was calm, the wind at their backs. The boat glided smoothly through the water, guided by the steady hands of Tulik and Ikaluk. Kigat, as always, was full of energy, already talking about the celebrations they would have when they returned home. Tulik smiled at his friend's enthusiasm, feeling a lightness in his heart that he hadn't felt in a long time. The journey ahead was long, but it was a journey toward home, toward the people and the place that had shaped him into the person he had become. As they sailed south, Tulik allowed himself to reflect on everything that had happened, the challenges, the battles, the moments of doubt and fear. They had all been part of his growth, part of his journey toward understanding what it truly meant to be a waterbender, a protector, a leader. He thought about the lessons he had learned from Ikaluk, from the northern tribe's elders, and from the water itself. He had learned about power, but more importantly, he had learned about balance, about the importance of control and humility. These were the lessons that he would carry with him for the rest of his life, guiding him in everything he did. The journey home was long, but it was filled with moments of peace and reflection. Tulik, Kigat, and Ikaluk shared stories, laughed together, and enjoyed the simple pleasures of being on the water, of being surrounded by the element that connected them all. And as the familiar coastline of the Southern Water Tribe came into view, Tulik felt a deep sense of fulfillment. He had completed his journey, faced the challenges, and emerged stronger, wiser, and more in tune with the world around him. When they arrived at the village, they were greeted with cheers and embraces from their families and friends. Tulik's mother, Nala, was the first to reach him, wrapping him in a tight hug, her eyes filled with tears of joy. "You're home," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "You're finally home." Tulik hugged her back, feeling the warmth of her love and the comfort of being surrounded by his people. "Yes, mother, I'm home." As the village celebrated their return, Tulik looked around at the faces of the people he had missed so much. The Southern Water Tribe was his home, and these were his people. They had always been there for him, and now he was here for them, stronger and more capable than ever. The celebrations lasted long into the night, filled with laughter, stories, and the warmth of a community that had weathered many storms together. Tulik, Kigat, and Ikaluk were honored for their bravery, but the real reward was the sense of belonging, the knowledge that they had made a difference. As the night drew to a close, Tulik stood on the shore, looking out at the sea. The water was calm, the moonlight reflecting off its surface in a way that felt almost magical. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs, and smiled. His journey had been long and difficult, but it had brought him to a place of understanding, of peace. He knew that there would be more challenges ahead, more battles to fight, but he was ready for them. He was no longer just a waterbender. He was a master, a protector, and a leader. And as he stood there, feeling the gentle pull of the water at his feet, Tulik knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The journey was far from over, but for now, Tulik was content to simply be home, surrounded by the people he loved, the water that sustained them, and the knowledge that he had made a difference. The water flowed around him, calm and steady, a reminder of the balance he had found within himself. And as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, Tulik knew that the future was bright, filled with promise and possibility. He had faced the darkness, and he had emerged into the light, stronger and wiser than ever before. And with that strength and wisdom, he would continue to protect his home, his people, and the balance of the world he held dear. For Tulik, this was just the beginning. The world was vast, and there was so much more to learn, to experience, and to protect. But whatever came next, Tulik knew he was ready. He was a waterbender, a master, and a guardian of balance. And with the power of the water at his side, he would face whatever challenges lay ahead with courage, determination, and an unbreakable spirit. The Southern Water Tribe had never been as lively as it was in the days following Tulik's return. The once quiet village was filled with laughter, stories, and the joy of reunion. The people gathered to hear tales of the Northern Water Tribe, of the battles fought, and the lessons learned, but above all, they celebrated the return of their son, Tulik, who had left as a promising young bender and returned as a master. Tulik's days quickly filled with tasks that he had once taken for granted. He fetched water from the river, shaped ice into shelters, and helped with the day-to-day work that kept the village thriving. Yet, everything felt different now. Each task was imbued with a deeper meaning, a connection to the lessons he had learned and the journey he had undertaken. One afternoon, as Tulik was helping his mother prepare a large meal for the village, she paused, her hands resting on a pot of boiling water. "You seem more at peace now," she said, her eyes filled with the warmth that only a mother's gaze could hold. Tulik nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "I've been through a lot, and I've learned that peace isn't something that just happens. It's something you have to work for, something you have to protect." Nala reached out, placing a hand on her son's cheek. "You've grown so much, Tulik. I always knew you were destined for great things, but I'm glad you're back home where you belong." Tulik placed his hand over hers, feeling the strength in her touch. "There's no place like home," he agreed. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the village, Tulik took a moment to walk along the shoreline, his feet sinking into the soft, wet sand. The sea was calm, the waves lapping gently against the shore, and Tulik could feel the rhythm of the water in his bones. It was a rhythm that had guided him through the darkest moments of his journey and now brought him peace. Kigat soon joined him, a wide grin on his face. "Hey, Tulik, I've been thinking we should organize a festival, a way to celebrate our victory and everything we've learned." Tulik laughed, the idea appealing to him. "A festival sounds perfect. The village could use something to bring everyone together, to remind us of what we've accomplished." Kigat nodded enthusiastically. "And we can show off some of the new techniques we learned. I'm sure everyone would love to see what you can do now." Tulik chuckled, appreciating Kigat's boundless energy. "All right, let's do it. But remember, it's not about showing off. It's about sharing what we've learned and celebrating how far we've come." The two friends spent the next few days planning the festival, gathering resources, and spreading the word throughout the village. The excitement grew as the day approached, and the villagers eagerly anticipated the event. When the day of the festival arrived, the village was transformed. Banners made of colorful fabric fluttered in the breeze, and lanterns lit the pathways that led to the central square. The smell of roasted fish and sweet pastries filled the air, and the sound of music and laughter echoed across the water. Tulik, dressed in his finest furs, stood at the center of the square, surrounded by his family, friends, and fellow villagers. The joy in the air was infectious, and Tulik felt a deep sense of pride and gratitude as he looked around at the people who had supported him throughout his journey. As the festivities began, Tulik and Kigat led a demonstration of the waterbending techniques they had learned. The crowd watched in awe as they manipulated water and ice with precision and grace, creating intricate sculptures, barriers, and waves that danced in the air. It was a celebration not just of their skills, but of the bond they shared and the strength of their community. After the demonstration, the villagers joined in, sharing stories, dancing, and enjoying the feast that had been prepared. The square was filled with warmth and light, a stark contrast to the cold and darkness that Tulik had faced in the Northern Water Tribe. As the night wore on, Tulik found himself standing at the edge of the festivities, watching as the villagers laughed and danced. Ikaluk approached him, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You've done well, Tulik," Ikaluk said, his voice filled with warmth. "You've not only protected your people, but also brought them together in a way that will resonate for years to come." Tulik turned to his mentor, his heart full. "I couldn't have done it without you, Ikaluk. You've taught me so much about waterbending, about life, and about what it means to be a leader." Ikaluk smiled, his gaze soft. "You've always had the potential, Tulik. All I did was help you see it. The rest was up to you." Tulik nodded, feeling the truth in Ikaluk's words. The journey had been his, and though it had been filled with challenges, it had led him to a place of understanding. As the festival continued into the night, Tulik felt a sense of contentment settle over him. He had come full circle, from the uncertain young bender who had left his village in search of answers, to the master who had returned with the knowledge and wisdom to guide his people. But Tulik also knew that his journey wasn't over. There was still much to learn, much to experience, and many more challenges to face. But now, he faced the future with confidence, knowing that he had the strength, the support, and the wisdom to navigate whatever came his way. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, Tulik stood at the water's edge, feeling the gentle pull of the tide. The water was calm, its surface smooth and reflective, and Tulik knew that he was exactly where he was meant to be. He was a waterbender, a master, and a guardian of balance. As he looked out over the vast expanse of the sea, Tulik knew that whatever the future held, he was ready to face it with courage, determination, and an unbreakable spirit. For Tulik, the journey was never truly over. It was a path of growth, of learning, and of endless possibilities. And with the power of the water at his side, he would continue to protect, to lead, and to inspire, knowing that the ripple of change he had created would carry forward, touching the lives of all who came after him. The world was vast, and the journey ahead was long, but Tulik was ready to embrace the future, to face whatever challenges lay ahead, and to continue his journey as a waterbender, a master, and a protector of all that he held dear.